tile rack jam in tile rack jam in tile rack jam in tile rack jam in tile rack jam in.
Hello. Hi, hi. How you're doing? I don't know how to recover from being sick anymore. I feel like. Hello. Hi, Akko. Morning, Akko. Hi, Bretok. Hi, Maxi Birch. Okay, but why? Because I'm a Kobo. A Kobo wants dragons. Anyway, so we are doing good on a heckin'. Oh yeah, it is Sunday here. Yeah, on a weekend. Heck yeah. Hope we are doing good. I have. I feel like I have energy, but I also don't have my God. I don't understand why my voice just doesn't come back. And then I'm now having like, I'm currently having this. I don't know why I'm showing it to the camera, but you guys cannot see it. African sea coconut brand. Ubat batok kelapa laut. Like my goodness, my throat is just not recovering at all. It's so weird. Real quick look at Gigi. Oh. Mm? Sacred Hunter project? Dang. I'm getting that mod after. Oh, let me mute myself for a bit. I'm back. I'm feeling super duper weird now because I feel like there's something blocking my throat, and I couldn't really breathe normally. Question mark. So that's why I'm having this like African sea coconut thingy. It's a cough mixture, right? It says for relief of cough and loosening phlegm, and I think that's what I need. Like, gosh, I've been coughing like crazy, right? But then the thing that's inside my body wouldn't come out, so I don't know. I just feel extremely weird this week. It's like, ugh. I mean, being sick for 2 weeks straight is already something else. I don't understand, but okay. But then here I am being like this. I don't want. I don't like being sick. No, I mean I don't think anyone likes being sick. Honestly, nah. Right? No. Gosh, I just want to recover from this shit. But I haven't played Warframe for a while, and yeah, again, I just sometimes I feel a bit scared and pressured playing Warframe sometimes. Most of the time actually, right? Well, it's just kind of how I feel. I want to get back into it. I want to go back into Warframe and see how I feel again after not playing it for last play was July 26th. About a week. Yeah, about a week of not playing and see how I feel about playing the game still. Also, Sonic Rush. I'm so obsessed with the music these days. It's so good. The music is so good. It's not mod yet. Guy is doing stuff. He still smacks? Yeah. Hunter Sacred? No, I want that Sacred to look at me like that always. Oh yeah, I need this to capture Warframe. There. And then I have to close the music. There. Oh yeah, I was using Kobo.
Welcome back, operator.
Nexus?
A new quest is available in your codex.
Oh my god, Nexus. Alright, I think today I'll get my nose. I am gonna be myself for a bit again. Okay, I'm back. Alright, today I kinda want to try and get the things for Chroma. Yeah, get the things for Chroma. I think I've seen some Chroma things here and there now.
All set. Service your weapons myself.
I think I've seen some of the Chroma stuff in here somewhere. There's like a thing. Oh shit, where am I? Oh yeah, I'm in your anus. Right. Oh, I think your anus scared me away a little bit because of like the archwing thing. Neptune. Hyena Peck? Oh yeah, there it is. Chroma Systems Blueprint. Complete Second Dream. Oh yeah, I did the Titania. And I think... Did I have the chroma blueprint? I don't remember. It's been like... Okay, I have chroma chases. These frost chases? Oh, there's chroma neuroptics. Wait, since when I get all of these? Ember neuroptics? Oh, you need this one. Okay. And frost...
Oh, sorry. Artists will play with the volume off.
I don't see frost chases. Ember neuroptics from Sargus Rook? Okay, thank goodness I don't need to fight Rook again because I will lose my mind. And frost chases from Ceres boss. Sarid system from Setna boss. Setna? Tenno Lab Clan Dojo? Don't know what that is. Ceres? I guess it's time to map out Ceres, I guess. Rescue, interception. In zoom out navigation and click bottom left. Oh, dojo. I don't know what these are. This one? I go there and I can get the thing already, question mark? Oh my god. In purple? We got mailbox? Nef Annual? Build the cipher, destroy every last razorback? Hi, Blazy. Oh my god, it's all purple. Entrance hall? Neil? Oh god. How's the Kobo? It's still there. But I'm trying. Been up all night playing Mecha Comedian with Green and others who are crawling to my nest now. Glad you're sleeping and I wish you a fun stream. And thank you, Brett Talk. I hope you had fun with Green and hope you have a nice EP. Fast travel tenno lab. What am I trying to get? I forgot what I want. Can I check here? Oh? Ember. I'm making ember. I don't have frost. Vault? Vault? Okay. I mean, I can make it. Okay, so you're trying to get Chroma since Chroma is a
Tenno,
dragon?
your
Yeah.
codex has been updated with a new quest.
And spam detected. Oh, good job, Seribot. Good job. Again, the chronometer, you can just start crafting away 12 hours to make the vault. Yes, now I go map out Ceres. It's funny how my throat doesn't hurt anymore, but then this time it's like something blocking my airway. It feels like shit. I hate it. Like for the past few days, or like for the past 2 weeks, it's been like me being sick. It's like, not a big fan. Thanks for the 3 stream streak, Lizzie.
Our intel suggests that our person of interest is in the vicinity. Search for the hostage and bring them home. Find the captive as soon as you can. We don't have much time.
Do we not have much time? Is there a time limit? I don't think rescue missions have time limit.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Wait, I thought I was using Twin Viper.
Tenno, get ready. A prosecutor is approaching.
Prosecutor? Oh, you.
Prosecutor down. Stay alert. large security force heading your way. It's the Grenier.
The Grenier? Oh my god, I cannot believe it. I got an Orkin cell. Nice. Oh, that's the sound of a nade. I see.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
And kill enemies with headshots? Oh no. I didn't think that's a mission. Oh no. I don't see head. I assume that squeezer is gonna kill me immediately, question mark? I mean, if I get squeezed, of course. Have a good look, Lizzie. Actually, having reload speed on Twin Viper feels really nice. Oh. Liking the bird? It's nice. I kinda wish the reload time could be faster, but it's okay. I actually prefer the single bird than the double bird, because the single bird I can reload in 0.4 seconds. 0.4 seconds reload and then just spam the bullets. What is that? Oh, what is that?
There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh. I'm gonna get all the loot.
Heads up, a Grineer assault team is headed your way.
Where? Oh, it still hurt. Double? Imagine Tap shooting with a toy viper. What's that icon? It's like a little circular thing. I think it's just an obstacle. Oh. I feel like I'm not entirely talkative today because it's just... When it's kind of hard to breathe, it's a little bit annoying. I'm softer than usual. Maybe I should put my mic a little bit closer. My mic is a little bit... I put my mic at like normal range when it should have been closer. It feels like there's quite a bit of Orokin Cell on this map. I already got like 3? Oh, hi Roxas. Oh. VRC roguelike world? Roguelike? You kill things in that roguelike world?
You are approaching the holding area. Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence.
So is this sneaky time? I don't like sneaky time. Boss at 7 HP, everyone die too fast? In VR chat? I guess VR chat has everything already. Uh-oh.
Here are the holding cells. Search each one for the hostage.
I thought I was gonna die.
Oh, lucky.
Thank you.
You've located the hostage. Escort
Thank you,
the
but
prisoner
mostly
to
no
the
one wants to stand
extraction
behind
point,
you.
and I'll take care of the rest.
The boss of tank no one wants to stand behind you. I mean, it's just what tank does the best. You can tank, but then no one wants to like stand behind you. I know that feeling all too well. I love being a tank still.
I'm bleeding out.
How would you even die? Am I supposed to be here? Oh, I am, okay. I should be doing this.
I'm down.
How the fuck? maybe that's why. Nice. It's a tank on this job.
The captive has been secured. You've done your part, Tenno. We'll take it from here.
I got 4 orcans so out of that.
Tenno, your codex has been updated with a new quest.
LT leg crew and... Oh, it's Captain Vor? Oh, it's Vor. Vor is back. I guess we're killing Vor again. Why not? Boss in the middle of the map? I thought boss is always like at the edge of the map. So I need to spam until I get the frost chases?
This is your most dangerous assassination yet. Captain Vor has teamed up with Black Krill to take you down. Let's show them your true Tenno power. Vor's mobility could make him the larger threat. Observe their attack patterns and look for an opportunity to divide and conquer.
I see you.
Oh my god, it's Vor.
We contracted you with a mark. You are here to find your mark and eliminate the assigned target. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
You can parry explosions? Holy shit. Oh. 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 Oh my god. Hi, Evie. Oh. Yeah, you're here. Hi, Brian. Brian heckin' nice. Ni howdy? Ni howdy, Brian. Also, hi Evie. I don't know if I said that before, I forgot. I cannot remember. My brain just keeps thinking about coughing and shit.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I still can't believe I'm sick for straight 2 weeks and not recovered yet. It's all... Whenever I think about that, it's just so weird. Hi Nature Dragon. Oh yeah, I think at one point you told me about it, no? It was like unfortunate. I think it was during like trying to find you and talk to you that time. Oh. I'm working now entirely on my 3DS and my phone is my primary gaming devices. Been playing a lot of PS2. Oh. It sucks how the PC suddenly died. Yeah. There's actually a PS2 game I want to play. I remember enjoying Genji a lot on the PS2. Genji is like very traditional Japanese adventure game. The way the combat works in that game is super duper cool. And I kind of want to play that at some point, but I don't know when. Genji Dawn of Summer. I think that's the one. Let me check. On the PS2, yeah. That one. Exactly. You've Yoshitsune Dono and Benkei. The game is so cool. Downloading now? Heck yeah. I want to play that at some point as well on stream. It's like a very slow-paced game, but gosh, the storytelling is super duper nice.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Playing James Bond's game right now. Oh, yes, one version of the world is not enough. It was fine. I never play any like
Get ready. A prosecutor is approaching.
007 James Bond kind of game. Like the secret agent kind of thing. Playing the N64 version now, it's fucking great. Ooh. Sometimes Zack do a lot of damage, sometimes Zack doesn't do any damage. It's so weird.
Prosecutor down. Stay alert. There could be more ahead.
Foolish Tenno. Do you realize your
Still trying to defend a movie. Everything not being in the movie because of all the misogyny. Oh wow. What?
Target spotted. Stay sharp. This one is a handful.
You will join us one way or another.
What am I looking at? Why am I like that?
Your corpse will serve us well.
Something died. Am I supposed to shoot you somewhere? Okay, let me shoot you. I did something.
Nice work taking
Try
down
Golden
the
Knight
VIP.
and 64.
Now
The
get to the
voice line of
section.
and Night
I'm
5 on
detecting a
PS2.
large security
Oh,
force heading your way. It's the Grenier.
it's the Grenier. Shit. How? Wow. What a surprise! I cannot believe it. I killed some Grenier captain, some shit, and then now Grenier is trying to kill me. Wow. Who would have thunk? Where am I going? Oh, can sell? Oh, I'm trying to go there. Whoa. Not too sure how Zac works. It's kind of weird. I can headshot with Zac. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I know that much, but sometimes it does like 10,000 damage, sometimes it does no damage. Which is kind of weird to me. Sometimes it shreds through the enemy, sometimes sometimes when I shoot all 3 bullets at them, it hits them and then they don't die. Oh. There's so many loot boxes here. I guess crit does play a part as well. On top?
Target down. Assassination
Oh god,
contract
sorry.
complete. Great work, Tenno.
I don't think I got the thing that I need. Oh, no, I got it.
Inbox messages await the operator.
Your actions have consequences? Ooh. So scary. Whatever that thing is, I forgot. I'm making Ember. Making Vault. I don't have the Chroma. I don't have the Chroma one last thing yet. Chroma Chases? No, we have Chroma Chases. With Chroma Neuroptics. And Chroma Systems, I think? Yeah, this one Chroma System. Yeah, these are chroma systems.
Everything in orders, operator? Is that a pun? I will attempt to bypass this vault.
Chroma system needs Siren and Argon. What needs Volt? I need Argon crystal. Oh no. Isn't Argon crystal like a pain in the ass? Or we can sell the main and use Volt head instead. Morning banana. I guess we can do Second Dream. Hyena pack at Pusamata? Samada? Yeah. Oh, just a few. I think I was making some... I was trying to make something. Oh, I'm trying to make AK Vasto. Okay. I guess we go Pasamata really? Like we go kill the boss there. Second Dream. I think Solar wants to look at me play Second Dream. Once I do that, I should probably ping Solar in Discord. To Void? To set? No. Okay, enough ghouls to make Tonkat. I think. I don't know where I killed the ghoul, but I killed them. This one seems lower level. Let's go to Pasamata first. Oh, this one seems very high level. It should be fine, I guess. Oh, capture, okay.
You are here on a capture mission. You must find, capture, and extract our target.
Feels like I should go immediately.
here.
Nobody? I'm almost there.
The capture target has vital information that we will need to extract. We need our subject brought back alive. You found a target. Capture them quickly before they escape.
Oh god. Oh god. What do I do with that? If they just keep running away like that? Why am I so slow? And I'm dead.
Success. The captive is safely in our hands. Congratulations, Tenno. Change of plans. Ignore your original objective. Leave nothing alive.
I mean, I like that, but I'm not doing any damage against these things. Did my bullet just get bounced off? Yeah, my bullet just gets bounced off here.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Ice beam gun that applies cold status to you, and that slows you down. Damn, that sucked. It's funny how there's like 10,000 shields. During a nearby AoE bubble, short hit scan scannery. Yeah, it deals no damage, this thing. I guess I'm at a point where trying to master weapons is a painful way to play now. If I'm playing like level 20, 28 to something levels. Still doable? The bubble don't care about the damage you do? I mean, still doable, I just die, no? Oh. Can always jump into the bubble and jump only. I did that and I died. But died only once, so it's fine. I can die like 4 times, right? Or 3? The 4th time will be lost, I think. Oh. that bad.
We've got robots inbound. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Oh no.
Any of y'all see the feeds light up? It's going down, kids.
What the hell?
Broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Where? Well, that was hard to kill.
focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I think Corpus is like really good at making me slow and everything, question mark?
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Because it feels like whenever I want to go up close and personal against the Corpus, they will always have like a freezing weapon or some sort. And it makes me feel slow. And Grenier is like have a lot of random explosions, just suddenly kills me instantly. I guess they had to be strong at some point. Excavation at 27 to 32. I don't think that's a good idea. Like my current weapon set is just not.
What ish? Someone in Cedar.
Blast range? I guess blast range doesn't really work? Question mark? I mean, it's definitely not doing things that I feel like it should be doing, question mark. Its blast range is smaller than the concealed explosive on thrown weapons already. So it's like, eh.
Ordis keeps a tidy ship, and is therefore reluctant to allow animals on board. In Ordis's experience, animals do not eat so much as reload.
Multi-shot on explosions? This one is 11. So this is damage on direct hit. This is damage on the blast, I think. And then the barrage has nothing. What's a barrage? Do you have different shot? You have cannon. Unless barrage means the explosion after the big bomb? I guess that's what it means. Barrage is the bomblets? Ah, okay. So bomblet does these. Radio attack already has a blast on its own. Oh wait, if I add this, adds the radio attack, adds to the damage, and adds the bomblets. Oh, so having this is actually way better, I feel like. It just adds everything. Yeah, this just adds everything. 2 points. Why not?
Excellent armaments, operator. Please return
Covered in blood.
safe and sound.
Snap attack damage. And 7 on reach. Oh, focus energy. Wait, I already have magnetic? Oh, is it like magnetic on the weapon itself have magnetic already? Heavy attack efficiency. You modded cold plus electric. Yeah, but itself already has the electric. Unless magnetic is the weapon of it, is the weapon itself. Yeah, it should be the weapon itself. So if I add this one, it just does more damage. But I kind of like it when there's like extra. Maybe fire? Oh. Oh, that's... Huh? Oh. I feel like reach is really nice though. Without reach, I can still hit, I guess. I'll try this one. Maybe I can deal with the corpus a lot easier. This one just no capacity. That's 7. Oh. I think that's big brain. Minus ability duration. Is ability duration cooldown or the ability lasts shorter? Oh, wait, this one is aura? The aura is toxin resistance. Ability range. I mean, I have 6 capacity. Why not? It lasts shorter? What? %, 5%. Yeah, that's better. Excavation means I have to defend something, no? To defend against Corpus is... to defend against... both Grenier or Corpus? It feels really cancerous because they have like guns they can shoot from 10 miles away, and then... I mean, I can shoot, but I'm only like one person, and then I couldn't really kill them with both my guns, and then usually I have to use my melee for them. I'll try. This feels cancerous, but I guess I can try. Need our help? With you guys, I win for sure, no?
We are here to excavate long-buried artifacts crucial to our cause.
Like it's not even
Marking the
it's not
first
even
exit.
100% win. It's 200% win at this point. Feels painful, I feel like. Oh, that feels a lot more painful. Blast feels tinier, question mark? Oh yeah, I need the power cell. Oh my god.
The excavator has been deployed. Strike down power carrier enemies. Take their fuel cells and bring the cells to the excavator to keep it powered.
Oh, this feels so stupid.
That artifact is is now lost to us.
Watch 10,000 of us shoot at the same time. Maybe I should use more slam attacks to stun them. Does it stun? It lips them. It could give me a little bit of breathing room, I guess, if I do this. I mean, the excavator is getting shoot endlessly. I'm also getting shoot endlessly. Oh, I'm back here again. Wait, no.
Excavator deployed. Protect the unit while it extracts the artifact. The scanner has picked up the target. Go to the dig site. Fuel cell and take it to the excavator. The excavator has lost power. Find another cell and bring it to the unpowered excavator.
This feels like a GG. Maybe not.
This excavator is fully powered. Additional fuel cells will be used to restore its shield.
Oh my god, I actually did one.
Work has just been rewarded. when you need it. Extraction is ready for you.
I'll try to do one more, I guess. I mean, chances are extremely low if I can excavate another one. But if I use my one well, maybe? Like, they usually run from a straight line, so one could be huge. Something like this is really nice. I'm also sticking with Kobo instead of Mesa Prime because of this, the #1 skill.
Excavator is ready to go. Keep it powered and protect it from enemy fire. The scanner has picked up a target. Go to the dig site.
If it's useful, do it.
Oh. Yeah, there's no way.
Now lost to us.
Like, those guys are shooting from 10 miles away and there's nothing I can do. Let's extract. This is torture. I guess I only do endless missions when they're like infested, because infested is way easier to handle when they're all melee. Fine wildflower. Oh yeah, it bounces off. Yeah, changing that Zar mod makes Zar a lot stronger. I mean, sure, there's less explosion, but it somehow feels the same. And another thing that I feel like less radar explosion means that I get stunned less, question mark? And I still hit like quite a bunch of them. Confusing. Yeah, usually I'll get stunned right there, but because of the less... I still hit them though. Why? Alright, let's extract. It's kind of nice with the endless enemy here. Now if I use one here, this is a straight line. And another one here maybe. I never realized how strong one is, holy shit. I mean, I know it's strong, but I didn't think it's gonna like kill them outright. I thought it just give me them multiple statuses. Who are you?
On it like paint.
Yeah, my Cadus is also doing a shit ton of damage as well. No, Reach definitely needs some time to get used to, but it's not too big of a deal here. I don't even have a chance to recover my shield. I should go. Not too sure what to do with like the Twin Viper. The Twin Viper feels like it doesn't have a lot of mod slots. Also, I need to drink this one. I need to drink my sea coconut. Sea coconut Cough mixture. Give me a second. I'm gonna shake this well. Gongchanggan? Gongchang botol sebelum guna. Yeah, I need to shake it. I don't know how much of a shake I need to do, but I'm shaking it. Okay. Imagine eating medicine on stream.
Ordis has been counting stars, operator. All accounted for.
It's more likely than you think.
Well, it's
Okay,
early where Nora
I'm done.
is, and as she wipes the sleep from her eyes.
And for medicine, this one tastes really good.
Does the Unum ever leave that tower? Can she leave that tower? Who is she? What is she?
Okay, I'm back.
Someone in Cetus must.
Not gonna lie, that cough mixture makes me feel really good. One more level for Kados. And 7 is like alang, everything is like 8 and 9. So is this assassination? I'm bringing Haofu. Just in case this is like another rook. I don't want that anymore. I don't want to get blamed for bringing shit weapons to a bringing a shit weapon to a assassination fight. Kinda packed on involved phases. Invulnerability. Right? Oh, so it's just like a who dies first situation. Oh. Nice.
You keep being you, dreamers.
Ooh. 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 All the energy. It's Kurva. Kurva. Jaw sword. Ember. Glaxion. Shotgun ammo recovery? That's specific. This one feels really cool. 50 Nora's mix. So 50 of these. From the stats, I don't know how strong it is. I want it. Let's go build that one. Nice. Maybe I could make like the Amanata as well. Amanata. I need Amanata handle and blade. I don't think I have any of them. So that's more farming fate pearls. I don't want to do that for now. Let's do this one. Do this one and then I can get the chroma systems. And I remember Narik says something about Sedna. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh god, sorry.
Recent innovations in corpus robotics have led to a surge in production. Their newest animal-like proxy is an unrelenting hunter. Codenamed Hyena, this robot is designed to work in packs.
The VIP that we're hunting is here. Find them and take them out.
Imagine if the hyena pack that actually cackle likes the hyena. What a different feeling. Oh my god, how the fuck? I don't know how I did that. What? Rapier? Oh, rapier? Oh, this rapier weapon? Holy shit!
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Looks like heavy activity ahead.
Your sacred tokens shall remain secure from the grasp of the idol.
What? understand what happened, but okay.
Use caution. The hyena pack will work together to try and take you down.
Wow, everything hurts. Feels like my shield just gets shredded really easily. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that I'm gonna get one shot by the hyena pack. But we'll see. I hope not. Oh. Ooh. Oh, he gets the domestic drone.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I don't know how I'm surviving, but I guess I'm surviving. I think at this point I can just kind of treat my shield as like non-existent and try not to die.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Corpus walkers are heading to your location. Our operatives have identified at least 4 different variations of the hyena model, each with a different special.
What? What? I didn't skip anything. Oh, are you hyena type? I thought you worked together. I only see one. Did I bug out the game somehow? Oh, it's another hyena attack. So stressed out fighting against Corpus. Are you another... Oh, you're not hyena pack. Why would you jump with your all fours? Hi, 3. I'm sorry. Am I going the wrong way? Shit, I'm going the wrong way. Hope you feel better soon. Oh, thank you. It's been 2 weeks and I don't know, it feels very weird, but I'm still trying my best. Thank you. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, Twin Viper is doing some damage against these things. That's kind of surprising. I guess they're afraid of fire. Yeah. Well, it was all how the rules work. Is it my actions have consequences again?
Messages in your inbox, operator.
Oh shit.
They are not as encrypted as they should be.
Also tuned to a different sort of elemental theme each? Well, how would you shreds them? No questions asked. Okay, now we get this Sarin systems. Sarin systems blueprint. Setna. So this is what Setna is, okay. On Mero. So I have to go to Mero in Setna. Live down the line? Yeah.
Now, who would be knocking all the way out here? Operator, I don't think you should answer that.
Grenier offensive. And Forward manifestation. Oh, is it the weird boss that is it the weird boss that I bugged them a few times? Detonite injector. Assassination. Yeah, it's the Q forward. I don't know how strong forward is. I'm gonna assume the Detonite injector is like super rare item. I'm bringing Halvu again, and let's queue for it. Yeah, it says assassination. (21 to 23). It's craftable, wouldn't really consider super rare. I mean, invasion is kind of rare on its own, though.
The VIP that we're hunting is here. Find them and take them out.
One of our spy cells has been lost investigating this abandoned Grenier asteroid base. We need you to locate and eliminate whatever is responsible.
Oh, fire good against these guys. Wait, Twin Viper might be huge here.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
What, did you use teleport? Wait, I'm out of bullet on Twin Viper? Shit, I don't think I ever had that problem before. I mean, they're killable with Twin Viper, so why not? Oh. I lost all bullet again. I thought something hit me.
The creature is incredibly agile for a deformed quadruped. Keep moving to avoid being crushed.
I just realized something. I can shoot the corpse and then the corpse will block the bullet? Oh no, I just realized that. No wonder sometimes I feel like I should be dealing damage but I'm not because I'm shooting at like corpses.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Am I going to... Oh, it's down there. I'm relatively sure that I cannot kill for it with my twin fight. Not enough bullet. Sentinels? Whoa.
Avoid the creature's spine strike. These razor-sharp quills will rip your Warframe to shreds. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Wait, that's all enemy. Oh, hi, Tim. Okay, cool. And then Flash 2B model. Oh, we're using face cam. Dragon face reveal. Beat up a bunch of space people and creatures, then die. Top stream was good. What were you playing? They were playing all Quasilmorph? I don't think I heard of that game before. But the hope stream was fun. Welcome in everyone from the raid. I'm doing invasions. Don't know why I didn't do like him one day today. Hey, it's always valid. You stream however you like. You were too bored. I mean, doing anything that's within your comfort zone is always valid. Also, I'm cheating because I'm using harmful. Oh yeah, also, welcome in everyone. I'm Theora. I'm still kinda sick. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Oh wait, you're forward. Being a white is very exhausting for some reason. To me, it's like using webcam is a lot more exhausting because every emotion can be seen by everyone. You know what I mean? That's how I feel anyway when I was using webcam to stream at first. Sometimes when I want to yawn, but I don't want to like yawn too much and then let people see all my mouth and shit. Like that kind of feeling. I don't know, I just feel very exposed when I'm using webcam. Not that I hate it, but sometimes I do like to stream with webcam. Even though I haven't done it in years. Cannot pick your nose, literally unplayable. Yeah, right? See? You like looking at dragon yawn? Of course. And then I might climb into their mall or something. I might. Pay me $5 million bucks, I'll yawn on cam for you. I don't think I have 5 million. And Kobo is a Broku. Broku. Oh wait, that's friend. I can never get used to looking at this as friend. $50? But you only yawn though. Oh my god, there's so much. Oh my god, there's suddenly so many charges here? What? Hi, malicious McFly. Can I imagine that now? Tensing my face up from anxiety? Oh god. Yeah, go get some rest. Anxiety, boy. Hope you have a nice rest after. The Kobe one is so good, holy shit. My Twin Viper is not getting a lot of XP here for whatever reason. At least the silver lining is the window lighting of my room make highlight my Bara dirt chest. Really highlight my Bara dirt chest. Strong dragon, oh my god. If I were to use webcam, I'm just chunky. I'm just a chunky fat Kobo.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
Friend-shaped Kobo? Maybe. How many rank did Twin Viper get? Have fun wowing, have fun leveling, thank you Zen. Have a good rest.
Battery charges my battery. Some people ask where they...
Am I going to eat porridge? Okay. Have good porridge.
The VIP that we're hunting is here. Find them and take them out.
This place is crawling with infested. Unfortunately, something far more ominous awaits. Make your way deeper into the base.
We can play together someday. Some cool dragon fashion to show. Oh. I mean, I'm on my way trying to get Chroma now. But I'm just like resting a little bit because invasions and stuff.
Your target is an aberration.
Do you want enemy while aim gliding? Oh
Put
no.
the thing out of its misery.
This also when they'll pop in. No, I need to ping them. But if I decide to do Second Dream and I ping Solar and Solar doesn't come in, then I'll still do it. But I'm not doing it now. I am doing the invasion stuff.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Did fish not work? Maybe I'll do a VR chat fishing tomorrow. Haven't done that in a while, and fishing apparently has a big update. And I haven't seen them yet. Okay, just a few more. Just 13 more. That doesn't count. Nice. Oh my god. Just 3 more. That doesn't count.
Listen for its screams. This will mean you are getting close. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I'm on the bullet. There we go. I guess Twin Viper's ring is really hard to get. Oh. I don't want to look at you.
The assassination target is here. Wipe them out.
Oh, I don't know what killed me. Oh, is it a stupid invisible projectile from falling again? I forgot that's a thing. There we go.
Start taking down the VIP. Now get to extraction.
I should go. Yeah, I thought they just give status effect, but they deal a lot of damage as well. I should use one a lot more. Like a lot more.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
actually have no idea where the protector's weak point is still. Oh. Sentinels. They do constant damage. Maybe those weird entrails are the weak point?
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
All that for 2 levels. Gallium is also pretty rare. This one. Gallium. Right, one more time.
One of our spy cells has been lost investigating this abandoned Grenier Aspar base. We need you to locate and eliminate whatever is responsible.
Assassination contracts are not to be taken lightly. Eliminating this target will have a significant impact on enemy forces. Search the area. Leave no survivors.
The creature is incredibly agile for a deformed firefly. Keep moving to avoid being crushed.
It's on top. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
unit approaching.
I guess with shield, I need another type of damage to deal with shields. Something like Gunfire Reborn logic. Oh god, I'm sorry. Not even... Wow, Team Viper is really hard. I feel like I killed a lot, but it's not even nearly enough.
This will mean you are getting close. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Although I guess most of the kills I got is from the one ability. One? Wow, that shows a lot of enemies here.
Target spotted. Stay sharp. This one is a handful.
Or is not afraid of fire. There we go. Hopefully that adds a little bit more.
Target down. Assassination contract complete. Great work, Tenno.
I mean, honestly, it's not even adding a lot. I'll just go through this one fast. It just goes crazy, holy shit.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Okay, that's 3 invasions.
Let's get out of here.
I have to reply to something real quick. Okay. Interception. 3 interceptions. Defense. 32, 34. Holy shit. No, these are all like Corpus Grenier. There's no infestation. The moment. Hmm? Nightmare no shield mode?
Ordis is angry. I may require maintenance after all.
Yeah, this one is done. This one is another Phobos? Oh wait, no, oh, that's for it, not Phobos. Choose a side, complete 3 missions. No. I don't wanna. Have I not done this yet? That Kobe will look good on my wall. Gosh diggity dang. I mean, this one is only level 13 to 15. I'm bringing my Zark back.
Come on, sweet thing.
Oh my god, sorry. That was Phobos. I don't know if they're speaking real language or some shit.
The VIP that we're hunting is here. Find them and take them out.
How are they? What? There's loot box out in the space? Oh no, that's painful.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Wise founder, protect your avaricious servant. Despite
focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Nice. Seems like using Zac shooting at the ground is way better than like trying to shoot at them. It definitely feels a lot better. Oh, I got muffin? Heck yeah. Really? They're calling me by my Warframe name instead of my name in game. Which one is a sergeant? Oh, they're below.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching. Looks like heavy activity ahead.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
Did I kill them? I didn't even see where the sergeant was. High flying chainsaws. Love it when they ragdoll like that. Sergeant's kind of a pushover. Yeah, I mean, they talk so much shit, but I thought they can take more than 2 bullets.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
Savior of Phobos. I mean, I would eat Panadol, but
Check
this
your inbox, operator. Maybe
2?
orders will get a message someday.
Oh yeah, this. Look at this guy spamming email. Cringe. Like I'm drinking this sea coconut cough mixture. It's like a there's like a Chinese tradition, Chinese medicine, and also like there's the Western medicine. And usually when eating Chinese medicine, it's advised
Operator,
not
were you
to eat
visualizing a bloody
Western
battle?
medicine along with
Me
Chinese
too.
medicine. So if I'm drinking this sea coconut cough mixture, I don't think it's a good idea to eat Panadol. So I have to tackle the headache on my own. But my throat definitely feels a lot better now, not gonna lie. Maybe the sea coconut mixture is working. Like The doctor actually gave me a cough medicine, but I don't think that one dissolves phlegm or like loosen phlegm. And I remember 2 days ago I was coughing like crazy, and then eventually my throat hurts like crazy afterwards. So it's weird. It's weird. Not much to do with 2. No shield mode. Does Nightmare give anything extra? Yeah, this one. Nightmare gives nightmare specific mods. That sounds nice. Since I'm not too sure what nightmare specific mods are. Hi Jade Zaid. Unique mod drops. Oh, okay. Maybe I should give it a try. I feel like I'm gonna die a lot though. I don't think I have any like healing mods. Let me check. If that's the case, then I should just bring... .5 health regen per second. Omamori? Comment to stand for suffer? 666 causes further stands for over time and extends Bunraku to enemies behind Kome. Surround yourself with Omamori charms, each with a chance to have enemy attacks heal you instead of damaging you. Number of charms is determined by Kome's dice roll. 666 grants invulnerability for the duration of your Omamori charms. Oh, this one is just like really good. Inflict one of every elemental status effect. Yeah, this one's like really good. There's not really like any reliable passive healing. Only this one. So 3 health per 2 seconds. It's slow, but it's something. Equilibrium definitely help. Yeah. Holy fucking shit. Maybe not too much endo. I don't have a lot still. I guess I can give it a try. I have to spam Omamori, I feel like. Should I bring Halvu? I'm bringing Halvu just in case. If I want to win, I'll just bring Halvu. Such a cheater weapon, it's too strong. At least for my current level, Halvu is like the craziest weapon I can ever have. No. Yeah. Oh. Clan what? Oh, are you shit talking our clan? Wow, you're dead. This one. I want to see what mod drops what mod it could drop.
We've contracted you with a mark. You are here to find your mark and eliminate the assigned target.
No shield mode. I cannot do Omamori yet. I need more energy. Oh my god, a bunch of assholes. I forgot how cancerous it is because they all can shoot from 10 million miles away. Grinia.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Ooh, they have plastics. You need 75? Maybe. I didn't check.
Hey, please, just get me down from here, okay? They could be back any moment.
I don't have anything that can help them get down though. Am I going the right way though? Never noticed how detrimental a no shield mode can be. I mean, shield constantly recharges. I never thought about that.
Most cunning founder! With my life, I protect your sacred crown!
I can never understand what you're trying to do.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Nice, nice. Oh. Oh, I thought you were like explosives. I cannot risk hitting explosives now. Nice.
Corpus walkers are heading to your location.
Nice. I got another one.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Shut the fuck up. I think I killed it.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
Haven't seen any haven't seen any new mod drops. Maybe I can check it after finishing this mission. Time to go. Don't want to stick around for too long, it's kinda scary having no shield. Ooh, more. I should probably just go. Oh, there's so much loot box though. I won. Oh, that was a little scary.
Great work, Tenno.
Whoa. 10% chance to resist knockdown and 25% shield recharge? That feels really good, no? It's a Warframe mob. Yeah, it's a Warframe mob.
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
What if I cough when I'm in Kobo mic? Hi, Zeus. I don't have enough slots for this though. Aww. Aww. Street 9. $96% health.
Operator, the sentients are not laughing at my jokes. Did they adapt to my humor?
Whoa. No, this is really strong though. But it requires so much space that I don't have enough space for this. I definitely need this one. So that I can be a looting goblin. Modify the polarity of a slot? Double my mod capacity is crazy though. I could use one, I have two. I use one for combing and I use one for chroma. Both core, so... I'm doing it. I want it. Yes. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, who? I didn't... Hey? Uh-oh. That looks
different. Thank you, holy heck. Evie, oh my god, thank you, Evie. I'm gonna look at it. It's Tikri's emo. Oh, why does it say coffee dog? Oh, they messed up there for whatever reason. Thank you, Evie. Wow. I could add one more. I didn't choose private messages. Well, you can still call me. Is quick thinking good? What does chat think about this? I feel like this one is nice, question mark? Not really? Oh. I thought it's really good because it allows me to die without dying once. Maybe I'll get this one then. Yeah.
Good girl, have $5, which was $7.45 here, but $5 is $5. All for a good girl because shush is good.
But $5 here is 20 something ringgit plus, so it's a lot. Thank you, Evie, again. Once you reach 2 HP, start draining your energy in place of your HP until you run out. Energy is only 222, so it isn't much. Oh. Okay, yeah, then it's not that amazing. 20 sounds like way more. Yeah, honestly. So that's why I always say when people donate to me using coffee, and then even just $1, even just $1 is like 4+ ringgit. So it's like, yeah, it's honestly a lot. So thank you. Boop. And a very yummy dinner and felt like sharing. Oh, thank you. Also, hi Becky. I keep drinking the sea coconut cough mixture and I'm feeling slightly better. I can say that. Plus energy max or toxin resistance. Not seeing my in-game chat. Is there in-game chat? Oh, this? People? Wow, this one's so good. Animal Instinct? I'm sorry. Oh. If I don't bring Thief Wit and have my companion bring the loot radar instead. 34% more likely to drop an item when killed. 200% more likely to drop an item? Every 15 seconds for 15 seconds. Oh, that's not as good. Boost owner shield by 58% when it runs out. Whoa, what? 100% shield. Oh, I don't have. Oh, I don't have the loot radar. Junction later on. Oh. But that one I cannot use with worm, right? It has to be a dog or cat because it's animal instinct. But it says companion though. Any companion? Huh, okay. Wait. Yeah, I got this one just now. Four energy. I can spam one. Oh wait, I forgot to change helpful again.
Now we finish this business once and for all!
Why are you here though? Because I... Oh, what is this? Razorback Armada? Assassination. Vayhek boss is basically Sarge's Rook. With only one weak spot that's opening and closing, I'm never doing that ever again. Let's leave. I'm trying to go to Setna, right? But to go to Setna, I need to go through Void. I guess we can try fighting against Orokin now. Yeah, let's see what's different. Oh, it's not connected. Oh my god. To Setna, no? It says to Setna is on top. Whoa.
The tower's neural sentry is operational. I'm picking up multiple threats, all under Orokin control. Wipe them all out.
Oh. Can I go down? Nice.
The Grenier should have known better than to walk into an Orokin tower unprepared. Let's clean up their mess.
Oh my god. No loot up here? What?
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
This place feels samey to Deimos, no? Or is it straight up Deimos? Maybe I can try my twin vipers though. Aren't they corpus and... Wait. They are like all... Wait, they're Orokin, but they look like Grenier and Corpus. Am I stupid? Oh my god. Why are we crawling? Corrupted. Respective faction enemies, but they're under the Orokin Tower's control now, so they're considered under Orokin faction. Orokin void locations surrounded by infested? Hmm. So Orokin is coward? What? Void feels a lot easier.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
When I kill them, there's like black thing coming out. I would drink water. Thank you, Akko. What? What's your favorite Warframe to play so far? Kobo? I have Mesa Prime. But Mesa Prime doesn't feel like the Warframe that I want to play. Excalibur feels fine. But I don't know, Excalibur feels like something's missing. I mean, I only have these three. If strictly speaking, I only have Kobo and Excalibur. Mesa Prime is from like a Twitch drop, so I wouldn't count that as me getting that.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Orkin drone. Are they not the shield osprey anymore? Valkyrie, angry melee cat. I'm trying to unlock Chroma because I want dragon. So currently I'm on my way trying to I'm sorry. I'm trying to go to Setna to unlock the blueprint. Nice. What happened? What? What? One infested in the middle? I guess Orkin don't care.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
There's hardly no music in this place. Sorry, there's hardly any music in this place, is what I'm trying to say. Entire floor. Hope we can feel less tired today. It's like Sunday, I think. Oh yeah, hi. Hope we can feel better in this Sunday. Didn't sleep well and yesterday was bad. Oh my god. Yesterday was bad day? Oh. Yeah, today new day. I wish all the best for you. We might destroy you. What? What? At least that's a lot of loot that I got. Nice.
Mission complete. Excellent work.
It becomes activated. Break the crate sitting on the partitions or walk into that area. Oh. It's Thundering Strike. Melee plus puncture. Why is it golden though? Oh, it's only 2? Okay, there's just a tiny bit more. In chat, I think I kinda need to go toilet for a bit. I'm gonna take a small break. I'm gonna open up Sonic Rush. Open up Sonic Rush music. And then we're gonna take a small break. Oh, the small break's getting blocked by Kobe. Kobe is too bright. And then Sonic Rush music. I like Sonic Rush music. I want Sonic Rush music. This is what I'm looking at. I make this playlist so that I can listen to what I want. Yeah. Also with Brave, you're just gonna refresh once for the playlist to work properly. I just noticed the little trans flag stockings on you. They're so cute. Thank you. I love them too. I kinda wish I have that stockings in real life as well. Would be nice, but I don't think it's a good idea to have that kind of stockings in Malaysia. It feels like it could be detrimental. It being like Malaysia being like heavily anti-LGBTQ plus, so anyways, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna go toilet for a little bit. I'll put the music slightly louder. Wait, there's emotes for... Wait, there's emotes for Warframe, right? What kind of emotes do I have? I got an emote. Yeah, this is the one that me and Space keep using. Alright. Alright, I'll be right back. And don't forget to take care of yourselves as well. I'm back. Job application? Oh my god. Oh my god, it's a scary job application. Oh no. Thanks for the 10 bits. Speaking of job application, I'm still trying to find a work here. Ever since I got laid off last month, and I've been still trying to find a job. To no avail, sadly, but I've been trying. Oh god, where's that? I found it. Okay. Man, Sonic Rush music is so good. I'm gonna drink water first. Okay. Alright, pause. Close. There, we're back. I think I'm still trying to get to Setna. Can I not go to Setna from here? It sure looks like I can. Send at least a segment of the void. So I cannot go to Setna. The void nodes are interconnected, but I can go to Phobos here, no? Oops, I didn't mean to press twice. So I can only go to Setna from Eddies? Pluto. From Neptune to Pluto to... Huh? I have to go here until Setna? That's fucked up. Like, why not? It says to Setna here. But then it's a lie. So, likewise, I cannot go to Neptune from Void? But I can go... So Void is a lie. Wow, Warframe. Wow, Warframe indeed. Nice skill you. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name. Welcome. Boop. Well, different parts of the void are connected to different planets. Those 4 planets lead to 4 different segments of the void, but that's it. Thanks for the follow. The whole void isn't all connected like the planets are. So the 2 Setna doesn't work here. Like I cannot go to Setna with void. If I cannot use this one, why put? That's weird. Damn, so getting chroma is still so far away. Allows you to click to traverse your navigation. Not how you can click Phobos. I'm sure veteran users escape more, no? Damn. Europa? Oh, I did this one. Complete. Oh! Oh! Last I checked, there's a workaround. If someone who does have access to Setna, then they can take you to the planet and let you unlock planets early. That's cheating. I don't like that. Fine, fine, fine. I'm just gonna... Okay. We are at Neptune. I fucking hate this place, but we're gonna do Second Dream. It's 4:33. Let me ping Solar. Look, if Solar no reply, I don't know what to do. Oh, Solar is using his phone now. Some of Thieves with Second Dream is fun.
Excellent armaments, operator. Please return covered in blood.
Covered in blood. Oh, there's no straight line. $11. Thief's width is how much again? 42 meters. Oh, it's slightly smaller. The loot radar is slightly smaller. Eh? Oh, it also has enemy radar. Oh. Do they add on top of each other? Like, if let's say I have 42 meters loot radar plus 30, they stack? I can look at the entire map and be an ultimate loot goblin? Is it okay if I add this friend in Warframe? I mean, sure, if you don't mind. But I hardly play with friends unless I feel like it. Most of the time I'll be doing solo stuff. Most of the time, though. Oh, Solar appears. Now we can do the second dream. I don't really have... Unless I take away one of these. Oh my god, that's... But armor is really good, no? Yeah, armor is really good, I heard. Oh wait, it's 10. No. Attack the first visible enemies within 25 meters. Reminder to spoiler tag the stream. Oh, Like, just add a spoiler. I'll add like I'll add like Second Dream spoilers warning. Bam. So that people know what's going on, right? Okay, there. I'm just gonna upgrade this one to maximum. And then revives the 10 seconds of invulnerability. What do you have? This one uses... Oh, uses the Warframe one? Be prepared to get glomped by viewers with Second Dream in the title. What do you mean glomped by viewers? Oh yeah, I mean... Since Second Dream is like a big thing, any spoilers or even bracing, right? Or even bracing like, oh, like, oh, you're not ready for this shit, or like, oh, you're gonna feel so stupid and once you know about this, like these kind of bracings, I'll ban you. Alright, I'll ban you. No no spoilers or you get bonked. Even I did the quest, I can't spoil you because I don't know what the fuck is going on. Good, don't spoil. Good. Good. I think, well, what am I using? Zac, right? I'm using Zac, Twin Vipers, Cadus. I'm also doing this solo so that I can pause in the middle just in case, right? Oh wait, I forgot. Alright, Second Dream it is. Infiltrate the Grenier archives. Oh, did you start immediately?
Who destroyed the organ? Your way of life. Who do you hunt shadow to cleanse your despair in their blood? Tenno. Sever their heads, yet they rise again. Someone has hidden the Tenno essence, their truth from you. Lotus. I know where she hides the Tenno heart. A womb in the sky, forbidden to my kind. But where you will take me.
The sword is speaking?
Sentient destroyer of worlds. By your hand, expose their heart. By my edge, leave it beating from its nest.
Damn. Oh, that's just a opening cinematic? That's a first? Introducing Hun Ha?
The sentient Hun Hao has grown strong again, and his thoughts have invaded my own.
Oh.
Worse still, he has enlisted the Stalker to find the reservoir, a weak point of all Tenno, a place I hid long ago. I fear the Stalker is on the cusp of finding this place. Do not let this happen.
Ooh. Oh. Infiltrate the Grenier archives. Oh yeah, that black armor person thingy It's called Stalker? Stalker? Oh, oh, that's the one that says your actions have consequences. That's a pussy. Like they don't even show up. Quest get more cinematic going forward. Ooh. Stalky boy.
The Grenier's excavations have disturbed Hunt.
Walao. Why is it always spy?
House tomb. They've awakened something evil, bent on tenno destruction. Infiltrate the Grenier systems to find out what they know. It may lead us to the Stalker. The Grenier expedition has
Oh no, I
uncovered
don't have
pieces
like
of
a
Hunhao,
quiet weapon.
fragments of his body. For Hunhao, every part of him is connected to his singular mind. Is this how he's invading my mind?
Are you who? Huh? Only my bundle. I'll let everyone know that I'm here. What is that? I just got gallium. Nice. I need gallium as well.
What's one?
Nice. I guess I can still try to use melee. Love it when they fly away like that. Not actually, no, not all melee is silent. That's fucked up. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong. Oh, I'm supposed to go A first. I'm trying to go bomb site A. Gonna plant the C4. I'm gonna rush A. Sorry, wrong game. Yours is though? Oh, this is silent? Particular class of melee that shoots? So those aren't silent? Oh. I should not be using this gun now, I feel like. I mean, I'm already like less than 100 meters away. Best to use melee. Oh, ability? I don't think melee is silent. Melee is like noisy as fuck. Oh. Oh, I want to go down. So according to game mechanics at least. I'll see what I can do.
You're nearing the console.
Okay.
Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data.
Oh, do you not open up this one? What? You're trolling. What is this? I cannot jump. Door opens this way. Elevator? Oh, those they're above. Are they just right above? Hmm? Something up there. Something here. Maybe I can get in from here? What does it do? I cannot get in. Oh. Maybe I can kill them. Oh, they're way above. Okay, I guess it's not. There's 3 of them. Still above. 1, 2, 3 above. 1 this floor. Okay. Maybe I can kill that one first. No, 2 this floor now. Or is it? There's a ladder there, I think. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's tough then. If all of them just patrolling the same place. Are you here? That's still above. Oh, it's drones. Oh no. I couldn't kill drones. That's the worst. But drones also mean that they only know where I am from the scan range. If all of them is drone, it shouldn't be too difficult, I feel like. No, yeah, okay, so there's enemies here. Thanks for speaking. I'll see what I can do. It looks like A is just up there. I wonder if I can just go up as fast as possible and then extract the data. I'm somewhere now. Okay, wait. Chat, I'm going to close the curtains. The sun is shining directly in my face. I don't like it. Okay. There we go. I'm back. Need to know which arrow is the human. Oh. Oh, they don't allow me to just jump up, I guess. Up there. Drone's gain range shouldn't be too far, I feel like. Oh, fuck.
Alarms have been triggered. You need to retrieve that data before the data destruction is complete.
I guess I cannot go up like that. Is that first data GG? I think that's first data GG. Oh. I suddenly don't know how to parkour.
This data vault has already been raided. The data is damaged, but there could be a message here. I need another data sample to piece it together.
The Tenno Hive has corrupted your precepts. With love,
I hate you. I'm killing you. You stupid. Yeah.
But I see your mind. I already have found them. You owe me their lives.
They're all above. Okay, let's see how can I get up from... Oh, that explains a little bit, I guess. Chat, is it valid to restart the mission to try this again? Or do you think it's stupid? So it was here, I believe. What's with the glass that I destroyed then? Are you filling up? Am I filling up the water slowly? No, okay. Yes. Oh. So I guess I have to find all the glass without being spotted. I did see glass somewhere, but they're like, yeah, they're like there, and I have to shoot them. And I'm pretty sure if I shoot them, everyone's gonna know where I am. And now I don't know where. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. So there's this security system here. Security system, maybe this one. So we have this drone, right? Ah, it just destroys the drone, okay. I mean, they hate water. I should be hating water because I'm robot as well, but I guess as a player I'm privileged. And then I can go up like this. Okay. So I would still need like a silent weapon, or I have to do this within 45 seconds. That's tough. You just want me to do it? There's definitely multiple ways. Well, to B we go. I'm definitely not satisfied with me losing this, but me losing one, but it's okay. Pretty sure there's plenty of chance for me to do this still. Did you just teleport? What happened? +6? Oh god. Oh yeah, I have to go BBB. Oh, I lost my shield like that. I got a quest dialogue anyway. For what it's worth. I think that's FWIW means for what it's worth. Maggots? You think you're a Vayhack? Get out of here. Vayhack is way cooler. I should be going to be. Not sure if you saw the health bar on some of those enemies, but green fluid looking part of the health bar is expected damage over time damage. Oh. I was wondering what that meant. Ooh. Got him. I didn't know I have anything that does damage over time though. I should be turning off the alarm. Heat proc? Modded Zard for heat? They do slash? Oh. Kobo applies a myriad of statuses? I like one. Get fucked. Ooh. Right, here we go, second vault. Tellurium? I got Tellurium? Isn't that like an extremely rare thing? Nice. Orbiter. This feels like excavation or extraction, this one. Excavation is a very different thing. I think I might have gone too far.
The target console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
Are they moving? Are they just gonna stare there forever? Yeah, they're gonna move. Another one coming, but that's like below. Let's wait for it. Just now there was like a prime kill. I didn't take it. thought I messed up. Okay, another one is below. Ah, okay. Does it sound like they're from above? Can I silent kill Eximus? Would they save extra health if I try to like? Oh shit. Can, yes, will, unsure, GG. Another one is moving though. Oh, another one is protecting. Okay, okay. That's such an awkward angle. Please die. Oh, thank God. I'm trying to go up. No way, no one's here? Okay, that's inside. Wait, didn't I come from here? Yeah, I come from... what? I thought I was cool. So far there's only one enemy. I hear them, but I don't see them. Maybe this is not the way to go, question mark? Let's check around real quick. This is the last chance. I cannot mess up again. They are inside, okay. But the doors are locked just now I checked. Oh no. There's nowhere to go. Oh. I should not be using guns. maybe I have to. What? Only one is killable? Oh. It's non-functioning when it's killable. Bees up there, but it's so dangerous though. I don't know if I can get up there and get that data quick enough. There's also here that I can get up. It's a lot closer. Oh, here we go. Or not. I couldn't get up. Maybe not from here. Only from here, I guess. One looking this way, one looking away. Unfortunate timing. Hi, Fox Macro. Come up bath time in real life. I shower daily. I'm a hygienic couple. I jump into washing machine and I wash myself. Ooh. Wait, it's a different floor, so I'm slightly above. Okay. Aiya, why would you get up from there? Shut up. I'm getting it.
And the mission will be a complete failure. That's what I was looking for. I can decode the rest of the message. This is bizarre. It's for me. I need a moment to contact this person. Get to extraction.
It's for you. God damn. Careful with your legs. I must get to Setna. And then I can get Chronium? No, Chroma. Nice. That wasn't too bad.
Job well executed.
Hi, Choki. We got one Tellurium? Easy. Oh, I'm sorry. Gosh, I didn't even mute myself these days. Or today. Where the place where plush needs to be? I'm a plush. Oh, I like to be a
I was
plush.
listening. I will be discreet. The message you uncovered was an offer to help us. I do not trust the person who wrote it, but we are out of options.
Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Do we have max rank already? Max rank Kadus? Okay, we can change. How many weapon slots do I have left? I don't know. Melee. Half taser, half whip. Oh, whip! Sure, whip. Okay, I can still take it. Nice. Easy time to whip. 4 slots left, says at the bottom. Oh, I didn't even see. I'll pick Kobo up. Nice. And Kobo is sick though, so I'll be careful. What? Everything is red. For a whip, that's awfully short, no? Coiling Viper. Seismic wave? No. Oh, I only have 1 stance? Organ? No. Lasting sting? No. Killing blow? No. I only have coiling viper. Oh, burning wasp. Okay, okay. There it is. That's very affordable. 10. Chaining combo? For life strike? Could be useful on a hit, on a pinch. What about for mods to slay all stances? Do you see a boss in the middle? The second one is stance. Middle of your screen. Under all. All these? Oh. Matulai? Zedulik? There's only 2 stances. I mean, I only have burning wasp. Good enough. Right, Dar is not maxed out yet. What was I again? I had Cadis, right? I'm going to Google Warframe Cadis made into ? It doesn't cross with any other weapon currently. I can throw away Cadis then. 3 whip stance in the game, most of them are 2 to 3. That's fair. That's good enough. Alright, bye bye Cadis. And Cactus is pretty good though, I guess, but I already maxed it out. For early game at least, if I remember correctly. What is this? Oh, this is the Archwing Dum Dum Gun. I have a lot of melee weapons though, but these I can make into something else, I think. Narek says I have 3 more slots, so fine. I'll throw it away off stream. Weapons, you need to level up 6 times to master them. Now you... Huh? 6 times? Find the Saintian fragment. Oh, it's just here. Okay, yeah.
Hello, Tenno. Are you surprised? Why? You know I've always had my ear to the kennel.
Didn't I kill you?
Those dogs don't have a clue what kind of bone they've dug up, but I do. Shall I show you? Don't worry, you can trust me this time.
C combo? It's so weird.
I know. Our past has been slightly, combative. But genocidal invaders from the other system make strange bedfellows, wouldn't you say? The sentient Hanhao, nightmare of the Oracle, boogeyman to the coppers.
Aren't you coppers?
That thing must have your Lotus in quite a panic for her to be working with the likes of me.
Can I get down somewhere? Tiny bit of explanation. Yesn't he isn't dead?
Seems like he's been quite a powerful friend, hasn't he? I wonder
I guess
what's under
not.
that scary, smoky exterior. A heart of gold, perhaps.
What is this mission again? Is this spy? Not like. Ooh. Get schmecked. Get schmecked. This map seems familiar, no? Oh, it's unique? Okay. So far, so good. Can I do it? Am I sneaky enough? What? There it is, it doesn't kill. I knew it because it happened before. I was like, what the fuck? So it's not an insta kill, it just does big damage. No, it's my level 1 web. I never used web before. The rest is down arrow? Okay. Why not strangle them with whip? I did. They didn't die. I literally did. Enemy. Hiya, how do you even see me? Get web, dum. Web feels surprisingly slow, question mark? Die! Relatively fast combo? Oh, that's like... Okay, that's like crazy actually. Okay, I get it now. That's how you sweep. It's like idiot. I'm dead. Where did they go? Oh, the water is bad. Ow. Oh, you died to water. I didn't get anything. This game sucks. Abilities might help. He died to your heat. Oh, did it? No, he died to water. Oh, I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna... I need to level up my twin viper though. I cannot just press 1 and kill everything like that. 1 is too good. Okay, fuck. 1? There sure is a lot of loot here. Being a playing coach, actually doing passive levels. That's a very far future me things that I'm gonna do if I were to keep playing Warframe. Lately I don't know about Warframe somehow. Like lately I feel Warframe is a little bit eh. But I don't know, maybe it will change again. It just happens to like it just happens suddenly, it's like oh. What? How'd you come? What? Orbiter. Hi. Whoa. You think you're cool? Not cooler than my twin vipers, stupid. Kobo always exploring every crevice of the map. Yeah, I want loot, and I think it's nice to be able to explore every part of the map and see what they have. Especially when it's like first time to a new place. Oh, neutral bun is good. Give up. Below. Oh. Oh my god, Nexus!
Tile rack bongo.
Dragon Nexus. Nexus Dragon, oh my god. I accepted your friend request in Warframe. Also, thank you, Nexus. They're very pretty map. Dual with secondary the twin KKK. Also not worth it. Says like everything, appreciate how to say sometimes. Especially for first time player, I think it's nice. I don't want to just like flippy dippy zippy through everything in like 10 seconds when I first started the game. I usually take things very extremely slowly. I mean, you look at how I play Monster Hunter, and it's like, yeah. Like, I am kind of okay at Monster Hunter. I'm not gonna say veteran because I'm not. I usually take things really slow at the start of Monster Hunter, and then once I'm at the grinding phase, then I'll start to like want to do things fast, and then I'll just like, yeah, do the usual gaming, do things fast, grind this, farm that, right? I don't really look around and I don't really look around anything after that. Uh-oh. Why are you looking here? Oh, that's pointing down. Also, hope Nexus is doing it. Oh. I'll introduce you to get smacked. Stupid. That's right. Get smacked. Doing good. How is Warframe? Warframe has been going pretty well as well, yeah. I'm glad Nexus is doing good. Always nice to see Dragon. That was so hard to aim. Nope. Always nice to see Kobo. Oh my god. Nexus makes me want to do this. Yeah. I think you just finished the game, right? Chance of Senar. The game looks so interesting. I don't think it's a game that I would play though, because it looks too complicated for me to understand. But yeah, look at Nexus, amazing dragon. Oh no. Well. What are these like dinky particles? Oh, do they exude toxin? I think that's what it is. Get fucked. On the bright side, can ESP for your gun? Next game will be different now. Watching this when you wonder how far along the star chart you are. I got to Void, I got to Neptune. I'm doing Second Dream currently. Yeah. It's doing all nice numbers. I like it. It's all 69. Perfect. Maybe archering isn't that bad because it's doing all 69. Are you looking at me? Wait, don't do it. Nice, Twin 5/25 finally. Got him. No. Midway Neptune? Yeah. I am kind of assuming everyone is like very far ahead. Everyone is like a veteran of Warframe. Pretty scared. Not really 100%ing a planet before moving on. Oh, am I supposed to do that?
Listen, tenno. Of course I could just tell you where it is, but what fun would that be? So keep your eyes peeled. If you have eyes, that is. Yes, getting warmer.
I didn't move.
Getting colder.
I didn't move.
Warmer.
Oh, are you actually telling me if I'm getting warmer or colder? Set on fire underwater? Hi, Greeny. Oh, this thing is tough. Wait, how many? I'm giving them a lot of status. How Greeny doing it? Eventually reach 100% star chart since the end game is locked behind doing that, but no rush. Yeah, I feel like no rush too. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm trying to find something. all 69. I mean, it would be nice to know if I'm trying what I'm trying to find here.
That's it. You must smell the prize, because I know you can't see it. Getting colder.
What? Is there something to do with this? Search the area. Find the sentient fragments. Fragments on the ground? I'm going somewhere, I guess. Nope. I'm being pushed out. Are you actually telling me warmer, or are you just like trolling? I'll kill. I can kill you again, a la V. Have you done any railjack things yet? I'm not too sure what that is, Nexus.
Yes, getting warmer.
Okay, I'm gonna assume you're actually telling me I'm getting warmer. Alright, if not, I'm killing you again, a la V.
You're right on top of it now.
Oh, okay. Wow, thank you. That's actually helpful. What? They can teleport? I mean, he says I'm right on top of it, so it should be below here, no? In that case, don't worry. Okay. Good. Greeny cool. But searching the area, doesn't that mean that there's like a... He said I'm right on top of it though. Okay.
Yes, this is the spot.
Okay. Unless you don't know what top or bottom is, then I'll kill you again, Alert V. Okay, not going up. It should be shiny, I feel like. It's not shiny? You made it in here to not go crazy? Is it actually, am I right on top of it?
I give up. It's here. I swear, can you find anything that's not marked right on the map?
Thank you, Alat V, you fuck. What do you mean it's here? What?
Are these the bones you're looking for, Lotus?
Yes, this is it. A fragment of my father, destroyed in the old war.
Oh shit.
I can use it to see him.
Touch old war fragment.
I see the stalker stronger. Hunhow's voice within him. I see the reservoir, but I feel confusion. He doesn't know unless... Oh no.
Thank you, daughter. Fear has baited you to the snare.
Oh.
What was secret is now known. Your tenno, their touch. I now see the womb of the sky. My shadow now walks the path.
What have I done? Get out of there, Tenno.
Oh shit.
Yes, hurry, Tenno. But be careful. Last time you got close with the sentients, you wiped out an entire civilization. But you don't remember that, do you?
I don't. So Lotus dad is the sword? What? Can I not sneak attack underwater? Okay. Follow the stalker.
Tell me, Lotus, what is this reservoir? Some hidden tenno weakness?
Goodbye, Alad. You've earned your favor. We'll take it from here.
Goodbye, Alan.
Don't think so. I'm here to protect my investment. If that thing manages to destroy the tenno, then where does my investment go? Now then, where is he?
Follow the stalker. This one. We cannot kill Stalker. Oh, is Stalker? No, Stalker gonna appear again? If Stalker appears again, I can get more blueprints from the Stalker. No, it's time for the Stalker to be the Stalker
When
ED.
you connected to Hunhouse Fragment, Hunhouse saw a path to the reservoir that led through here. He cannot reach it alone. He needs the Stalker to do it for him.
Oh. Kill. Very nice.
You must be asking, Alan, what's in this for you? It's simple, really. I scratch your little back, and you scratch mine. All the credits in the system aren't worth half as much as a tenno owing you a favor.
I mean, I guess he's right. Below? Oh. Secret room. There's a lot of arrows, but I don't see any of them. Are they? Oh, they're all on top. On top? That's a lot more higher.
Important reminder. Good girl. Yep.
Oh. Yep. Ow. Oh no, I tried. Must get all the loot. Uh-oh. Instant bomb? Holy shit. Am I doing toxin damage as well? Or are they just exuding stinky air? Feels like they're just exuding stinky. Who the heck was shooting at me? Nice. Neptune found. Am I in Neptune? This place feels like Venus. Kobosoki? If you if you use the right type of weapon, you get a heap of random status effect. There because the camera was looking at you. The type of weapon she empowers rotates. What the time above thing is? Time above thing.
A void gate. These things never made sense to me.
Uh-oh.
You're smart, Tenno. You'll figure out how to open it again, won't you?
Probably.
This needle pierces the sky. Nata, will we find the Tenno heart within? These puppets will not stop me. I will attack in many forms.
Impressive. These sentient fighters appear to adapt to damage. I'd love to crack one open and see what makes it tick.
The sentient has adapted to your damage. Surprise them with something new.
What kind of damage do I have? I don't even know.
Incredible. The stalker has built void keys. Use this one to reopen the portal before more sentient fighters come. The void is poison to them.
Oh, did I just
Cross
destroy
the
that
threshold.
thing?
Go now. The sentients cannot follow.
Oh, I might have just destroyed that thing so fast that they don't know how to react.
That feeling makes my stomach flip. Let's see where you've landed. Find a nav console.
This feels like the void. Corrupted heavy gunner. It is working, no? Yay. Oh my god, the amount of status effect on that thing. I would say poor thing, but I don't care. Did I use the keys? You just use the Void testicular torsion beam device into the void. Kobo passive buffing or secondary. Oh, dang! Wait, that's really good. I think was the. Oh, they saw me. Chill. 11. I know testicular in that sentence. They could be. It's not doing it anymore. Is that primary weapon? Yeah, the icon might be primary weapon. Now it's melee. Whip doesn't. Should we do pause and hover over the buff icon with this one? No, they blocked it. Grand Kobo on our screen. Oh yeah, I think that's secondary now. Yeah, I recognize this icon at least. Die 10,000 status effects. Uh-oh. Are they shooting each other? Why are you shooting each other? But I'll take it. These were how some buffs stay active in Archwing mode, including ones that wouldn't work. Lana's passive is still active, which is hilarious. Radiation status enables friendly fire. Oh, I read them. Oh, this Kobold is red. Oh my god.
Sweet prophet, the moon exists. It was in the void all along. I knew the Lotus was powerful, but she erased history. We thought it was destroyed all this time. My Lotus, you make a fine villain.
What the heck?
And the reservoir with it. Very clever, Nanta. Shadow, your path is clear.
Oh. I don't know what I'm heal. Why are there so many enemies here still? I'm trying to have my moment here. Shut up. What the heck? Get out of here. I'm trying to have my moment.
Hunhouse found it. The reservoir, hidden in the void. A place sentients can never reach. We must do everything to keep it there. It's the only way to keep the Tenno's power alive.
Oh.
Found the reservoir? As unpleasant as our past is, I have to ask. I've seen inside a Tenno, yes. And what I found didn't make sense. Does this reservoir conceal some great deception?
Everything I have done was done to protect them. The void is forbidden to the sentients. It's our only protection against them destroying the Tenno. Do not let Alad distract you from your mission.
Oh, they don't know the truth either, do they? How sweet. The betrayers get what they deserve. Lies from their omnipotent mother.
Hey, don't say that.
Ship leaving the tower. It's the Stalker. He's on his way to the moon. You need to find a way to get off this tower and onto the moon.
Hopefully there's no time limit. Please don't hold my vivisection against me right now. Yeah, Alad V is literally just dissecting everyone. Should just go, honestly. But there's so many loot boxes. Where's her head? It shoots everywhere. Ooh, this thing is really tough. There's something here. Frame Fighter Data Loki? So rude. Get out of here. Oh my god, the enemies is endless here. Like just go up. Okay, time to go.
It seems to me that this tower is dedicated to masking the moon's location in the void, yes. Why not disable the mask so that claptrap orders can pick them up? Or is that too complicated for you?
Am I not supposed to be here? Oh my god, this place is very confusing. Oh, there's so many loot up there, what the heck? I need those loot. Nice thinky boat. And going to Euro boat ferns? The Kobo coin in Germany? I don't think I can travel anywhere. I'm from Malaysia. If traveling there is probably gonna cost like... I'm not too sure how much it's gonna cost. Probably thousands? Can I not get the loot? Oh. Oh no. If I can save the link, you can check it out. I can check it out, but going there, chances are none actually. Since lately there's been a lot of like lawsuits that I need to like take care of, so yeah. A short form link? At least the tree you're looking at right now. This is where I'm supposed to go. There's some weird icon here. Oh. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna go. Disable the void mask. It's a troll? Oh.
That's it, Tenno. Shut down this power grid so that your mouthpiece orders can lock onto your location in the void.
Keep talking, Orokin called Alad V. Your silence soon comes.
Where am I going? Power grid? Electric bed. I don't think I'm supposed to be there. Oh. Is this how I get the loot? Gonna go in order. Was stealing a dragon more? Very hilarious joke. Ruined my joke. Could it be a rickroll? Okay. Ow. Oh, get fucked. Wait, there's loot. The loot is inside. Unfortunate. There is one more. One more. If it's not a dragon or a Rickroll, I'm disappointed. I will be disappointed too. I'm gonna check the link after. Or off stream anyway.
You did it. The void mask is crumbling.
Operator? How did you get through to me? Don't worry, Ordis is on his way now, preparing for extraction.
Ordis.
The sky will be as it was meant. The shadow returns the moon. The reservoir swells with tenno blood. The old war finally ends.
Oh yeah, my gun is faster. Oh. Smite rocks, hi. Tiny Kobo. Don't remember following you, but I want to say I hope you're having fun before I head to bed. Because it's 3:30, I need sleep. Oh god, yeah. Have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. I am a tiny kobold. Oh. Did I just use all my bullet? Oh my god, that's crazy. I'm just trying to get Twin Vipers to level 30, you know? It's just kind of weird how sometimes there's like an infested out of nowhere. Cannot shoot them with that weapon. Why do you have so much health? I mean, you being Eximus, that's understandable, but still. There we go. Alright, let's extract. Oh wait, there's like a chunk of... A chunk of freaking loot? Ah. Okay, now we can extract.
Another job well executed.
The moon. Somehow, Ordis actually remembers the last time I was here. Concern for the operator is at critical levels.
The suspense is killing me. Lotus, you have to tell us your secret. Hey, don't cut me off.
Don't cut me off.
Within the moon lies the reservoir, the secret to your tenno power. But the secret is dangerous. It drove the stalker to madness. Forgive my deception. I was only trying to protect you from the same fate. Now, it is time to protect yourselves by ensuring the moon remains within the safety of the void.
So Stalker is tenno when mad? Whoa, that's cool. Protect the moon? Alright. Right, let me check my arsenal. 29, 28. Oh, wait, Twin Viper is almost at 30. Trade shop so that I can focus on Kobo stream. Yeah, you must look at Kobo. So the moon is called Lua? Lua? Sentient? Are they not infested anymore? Are they like infested but they have human thoughts and everything? Or they have like sentience? Clem. Clem. Am I gonna find out the clamp here? Sabotage.
The stalker is heading toward the void control room. Track the...
Oh.
Collapse the void, Shadow, so that my fragments may attack. The tenno hearts will beat their last.
No. If the void is collapsed, the reservoir will be destroyed, and you and the rest of the tenno will be lost. Get to the void control room and stop the stalker.
Okay.
Hiding the moon in the void. Quite the magic trick, Lotus. But Tenno, you must be asking yourself, where is this heart, if not in my chest?
The blocking was crazy, actually. Are they not afraid of fire anymore?
The moon will be crushed by the weight of the void.
They're not afraid of fire anymore, it looks like.
Void collapse. Oh no. It would be such a shame to lose the moon so soon after finding it. Of course, you could just put it back in its rightful place, couldn't you?
Wait, are you afraid of fire or you're not afraid of fire? It definitely doesn't feel like they're afraid of fire anymore. So they're different now. Same but different? Still being staggered by heat procs, but they're not being dealt a lot of damage anymore, no? I thought everyone gets staggered by heat procs. Facing 25 free here, which is not it. Nice. Maybe I should use my melee. It is time to whack everything. I also love how the sound effect becomes faster as well. Ooh. The whip feels weird to use. Oh. The shotgun feels better? Question mark? Does it? But it's also reloading one by one. Okay, yeah. Nice, thank you, Saribot. Ain't going to help control jumps. It is the Discord spam. This feels like a very big place. Oh. I like this fire mode. No. Oh wow. For a shotgun, this one can shoot kind of far. I think one more is much better crit than the other. I think it should be this one. Look at the amount of yellow that's going on. Every time they die, just fly away like that. It's kind of funny. Man, I've been missing out. This mode is way better. Oh, that's bomb. Oh, unlucky for that one. Oh, Luna picture. What is your weak point? Ooh. I love the way they ragdoll. This fucking flies away. I mean, them being sentient looks nothing, looks just like infestation, no? Loot on top? Not here? Outside? Oh my god, what is this loot spot? Hi, Bakashka. Oh my god. Hey, 34 is 34 credits. It's free 34 credits. Oh, oh. Holy, this map is huge.
I didn't want to have to do this, but the collapse is imminent. If the reservoir is to survive, we need to pull the moon out of the void. Here, help me disrupt the void compasses to reorient the moon.
I don't even know what you're trying to do. I'm being actively hunted down. I'll go to the objective here. This thing? Oh. Is it you? Oh my god, you hurt.
There are 3 void compasses that steer the moon within the void. I will disconnect them from the central system to gain control. Supply them with power from your shields while I finish my task.
Nata, you trust this Orokin blood who would chisel weapons from our bones?
Enjoy new sensations from your life.
You cannot stop the inevitable.
Where is it? Is it dead?
Keep moving. Another compass needs your shield's power.
Oh. Take my shield.
Get close to the void compass.
I don't know what we're doing, but take my shield. Nice.
The void compasses are all disrupted, but there is one more step. Get to the pendula. Hurry.
Panchama?
What was that?
Orokin, the noise you make will cease now and forever.
Uh-oh, Hunhouse found me. Sorry I can't stick around to see how this all ends, but I've got to save my own skin. Don't forget our deal, Lotus.
Why are we trying to reach the pendula? Okay, pendula. Seismic palm. Oh, that's a stance. Stalker got new rags. It's not as cool as my color. That's why the Stalker lost. Because I have the cool color. No, I want to loot. Oh, that one hurt.
These pendula keep the moon stable in the void. Power them down.
Oh, this one is no range. Fair enough, it's a shotgun.
Security eye. Watch out.
What? What am I trying to do? What? Thanks for the security eye, watch out, and then says nothing else, Lotus. Red? Why red? Not melee. What if I run away? Are you gonna follow me around? No. Oh!
The security eye just destroyed a pendulum. Try and trick it into taking out the rest.
I had the right idea. Come on, don't be shy now. I had the right idea from the beginning. But the eye has shit aim. You can't blame me for this. Like, look at this. Oh my god. I'm irradiated. Wait, give me a second. I'm gonna open up the lights. It's getting really dark. My eyes hurt. Pretty good aim. It hits you. Yeah, and I'm behind the fucking pillar. Look for shining. Oh. Are you doing a different move now?
That's it. The eye is taking out the pendula. Keep it up.
Okay. Tita, hi, thanks for the raid. How's the framing of war? Pretty nice. Complete the second dream now. Sorry. Hi everyone. Hello baby Tito. Hello. How was Forza? How was the car game? Hope we are doing it. Welcome in. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hi, Karis. Have more people overseeing you enjoy Warframe? Hope you are doing good. I hope stream was fun. Hope Forza 6 was great. I'm sorry about my voice. I'm still like very sick, so trying my best here. I'm currently doing this thing, so I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, if any of you need post-stream care, get some food, get some rest, get some drink. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Athena. Already had heard you get a head pad? Wow, thank you. Right, I'm trying to bait. I need to find the one with platform? Okay. I'm just gonna fly. I don't think that's normal behavior, but okay. Oh, no. I need my... Come on, don't be shy. Nice. It's so weird for Lotus to suddenly... Lotus to suddenly, like... stay entirely silent after, like... It's a security eye, watch out! And then silent. Nothing. But at least I figured it out now, so... I mean, I had the right idea from the start. I just... She did say things. Watch out, I guess, she said. Oh. Even using the forces I just and be comfy, that's all there's to it. Welcome to the Warframe grind. Hi, Popsicle. I guess I have to wait for it to like come here. Yeah.
It's done. The moon is falling out of the void. Hold
Wow.
on. This will not be a smooth ride. Get to extraction as quickly as possible.
Is there time limit? I'm also baby tenno. I'll hop on and play, but my power's been knocked out. Oh no. Check center of the room.
What they need, Margulis, is to be destroyed. They're devils from that hell, not human anymore.
Whoa.
No, Hollis, no more destruction. We could heal them. Maybe they're meant to
What the
save
fuck?
us.
How can you defend these devils, Margulis, after what they've done to you?
Love looks not with the eyes, but with the mind. They won't
Are you
hurt
talking?
anyone. I just need more time.
Hush, my wilted love. I cannot protect you. Tomorrow you must renounce before the seven.
Is that Lotus and her dad talking? I mean, sure sounds like that. Oh fuck, where am I? Claim reward. Cunning drift. Slight friction ability range. Whoa. Whoa. Oh shit. Can I get more? I got back. Well, I got free item. Thank you. Counts as a trial. I mean, it is kind of a trial when Lotus didn't give you any directions on what to do. I mean, Alat V knows it firsthand that I cannot find anything without something showing on my minimap, no? Alat B is like, bitch, are you blind? And just points out where the thing that I need to find. Also, Alat V is a huge liar, by the way. It says that I'm on top. No, Alat V says I'm on top of the thing, and then that thing is on top of me. It's like, what the hell? My first sunrise outstars have caps on them. The caps are shiny. Caps? Like a hat they're wearing? You're on top of Cobalt. Eh? That's why I'm rising at the start. Oh. Oh. Wow, that doesn't look good. Wow, something doesn't look right here. I wonder what doesn't look right. This is weird. You fucked. Earth. Earth. Oh my god, Earth. You drop Lua out of the void. Oh, am I still on Lua? Oh yeah, I'm on Lua. Lua is moon. And I did something to the moon. To the Lua, not moon. Get fucked.
Mission complete. Excellent
Any
work,
5 longsword or dual short blade weapon? Longsword? I'm not using any of that. Do they count Legba as longsword? Excuse them, what? Short blade? No. No. No.
The moon is back in normal space, but the reservoir is in more danger than ever. Hunhao will send his fighters, and the stalker is still coming for you. Move now.
Oh, that looks cool. I'm pretty sure Zack is max level now. Yeah. It was nice using Zack. Now we use Colleen. Each blast of the shotgun launch a round that explodes mid-air, knocking down nearby enemies. A devastating distance weapon? Huh? Sniper? Oh, I can make Penta. And then I'll use the one that I hate first, and then I'll use the one that I like after, and have fun. That looks pretty okay. Also, I forgot to change the leg bar. I think... Is it energy? Oh, it is. So energy to white. Okay, nice. Oh yeah, mods. Sniper ammo mutation. Reload 3 seconds? Firestorm? Blast range? Oh. Wait, that's a good one. I did not upgrade this one. Rhyme round. This one is like, it's small and cheap. It's funny that I paid money to get the 1999 cosmetics one thing. I miscalculated. Oh, it's so far away? Oh, that doesn't sound good. Elemental? Spirit of how cheap dwells that? What time? Oh, it's 7. Shit, I've been going on for 6.5 hours while being sick. I'm sick. I'm sick with it. Alright, this feels like the last one, so save the reservoir. Are you the second dream? Should be fine. Okay, don't do that.
We saved the moon from a void collapse, but Hunhow can now attack the reservoir
Whoa.
directly. He must not reach this sacred place.
Shadow, bleed the reservoir until it is desert dry.
I'm Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm the best. Wait, sorry, wrong game. Side room combo does, so let's make sure it's better.
Lotus, join with me. Destroy your shame. Become the one I love. Become Nata once more.
Nata. Oh, what is that? Oh my god, wait. Brotan. What is you? Oh, I know what that is. That's Clem. What is that sound? Oh, it's you again.人家妈几张好妈的，我一开那个 sniper scope 啊，那个荧幕移到像狗这样，我都不知道怎样好，真的是搞什么 ？Oh my god！ 难怪啦，我真的是吐到我都不知道怎样好，真的是。妈，我按 C 一下，我要吐的啊。Okay, everything is fine now. Watch this, I can aim. Oh. Oh, it feels so good. I was like, what the fuck when I scope? And then it's like, huh. Did I have hit? I don't know if I hit them, but I shot them. Haven't seen an Ayatan Xian star in a while. I love this quest, especially at the end where they murder Lightning McQueen and bring life back to Cetus. Damn, they brought life back to Cetus and murdered Lightning McQueen? Oh, spoilers, I have to ban you now. I cannot believe it.
The voices from taking hold. You will have to dream, my angel.
Ka-chow. Ka-chow. No, no, not the ka-chow. Ka-chow. It's so cursed. I'll try not to stray too far away from the main room or from the main mission. I might be stupid actually. Oh, is it there? Oh, it just goes straight. But sorry, this one goes down. I tried to straight the point, but it goes. I did. There's no clear indication of where the thing wants me to go. I mean, it's clear indication, but even that is not clear enough. Okay, there we go. Now that is clear. I like that.
So shame on you! You Orican! So perfect on the outside, but you're rotted through and through!
Who's speaking?
7 hands raised. For your apostasy, the judgment is death. Margulis, why?
Margulis? Thinking the market show every door to go through. Yeah, I know that big yellow marker. I've been following that. If I have not been following that, I don't know where I am. Oh, actually, let me rephrase that. If there's no if there's no big yellow marker telling me where to go, I will not be playing this game. No enemies here. It's like the game trying to give me a false sense of security. False sense of safety? Question mark? Ooh. That is Luna Picture. Even more on top? I'll skip those ones.
It's about the other rejects we consigned to Lua a few years ago. They're calling it transference.
I'm gonna cry if I hear Lightning McQueen goes ka-chow all of a sudden. What would happen if that actually happens? You hear a drifting noise.
I know we are desperate, Executor, but these aren't Dax soldiers. These are golems possessed by devil minds.
Oh, golems, not gods. I thought they said gods. And transference? Oh my god, trans mentioned? Scannable? I don't think I want to let them know I'm here. It feels like they're just gonna one-shot me or some shit. There's also multiple of them. Oh, wait. Wait. Hopefully they didn't do anything. I went the wrong way. But it also sounds like they're doing something. Right, get back. Oh. Sorry. Oh, that's Lotus, no? The flower? I think Narix is trying to protect me by having it on emo only. Oh fuck. Oh shit.
Dream. Not of what you are, but of what you want to be.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Am I this? Damn. What are you trying to touch me for? Hi, Boba. Oh shit.
You hesitate, Shadow, but remember your despair. This is your only chance to make it end. Your hatred is too weak, Shadow. Mine is strong. My fragments will finish this.
Tenno. Operator. You're awake now, but you're more vulnerable than ever.
Yeah.
Get back to your ship, now.
I'm trying to. Who am I carrying? Clem? I'm always with the tiara.
You need to focus your mind to unleash your true power.
Huh? Huh? Yes! Oh my god, stupid. What do you mean more vulnerable than ever? I'm the strongest right now. I am Ultra Instinct Goku. Get fucked. Holy fucking shit, there's still no chance. Oh. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty okay. I drink a lot of that cough mixture and it makes me feel really nice. So I'm linked to this black suited tenno? Question mark? Clem? That piece weak. Okay, I know everything I do is pretty piece weak. I'm still a baby tenno. I understand, alright?
I don't know how much time you have. Descend into the heart of your orbiter. There you will find the somatic link.
Oh. Oh wait, I'm in my own ship. Oh, I'm not. What this door?
Stalker! How? Get past him. Get to the link.
I will. I'm platforming. I'm playing.
Focus, Tenno. Use your energy to breathe life into the somatic link.
You shall not leave this place.
I guess you got controlled by the sword, huh?
Again, it needs more power.
Oh. I'm out of power. Okay, there we go.
And your reckoning.
I think I recognize that line.
One more more time. Focus your energy. Get past the stalker.
I'm trying, Lotus.
Shadow, your path is clear.
No, why is that weak? Oh, okay.
No self, no sense, no death. Just a metal puppet dangling on tenno strings. Only the tenno's death will end your despair.
Well, I'm dead.
All your dread-long life, you've waited for this moment.
GG chat.
But you're asking yourself, was I one of these wretched things? You know the answer. You still hate them. You still hate yourself.
I'm moving? Ooh. Oh my god damn, I'm angry. Oh shit. Did you just cut yourself in half? Sorry, let me rephrase that. Did I just cut myself in half? Oh, this is actually hype as shit. And the Lotus. Space Mom.
Now we fight on two fronts, my child. The war without, and the war within.
Huh? Am I human? Whoa. What kind of character creation after 102 hours I'm in character creation. Oh my god. Blend between primary and secondary phase. How do you blend between this then? Which one is the whitest? This one. How do you blend? Oh, you blend the face shape. Fair enough. Well, congrats, your baby is born. I'm not a baby tenno anymore. Hi, Pocky. Should I get back? That orange eye is hype as fuck, actually. Oh yeah, different scars. This one looks cool. Complexion? Holy fucking shit. This is a free game. Body type 1, 2. Hello there, baby tenno. How are I'm just born. Cuckoo caca. I just got born after 102 hours of flippy dippy zippy. I'm born. I don't know what the fuck happened. Also, hi Paramistic. Left eye color. Eye glow. Eye glow? Ooh, wait. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. No feature. So this one cannot change color. I can change color. Is it show? Oh, is it the eye glow? Wait, no. Ah, okay. They've given so much detail to this menu now since I first saw it. Early this year they did a big operator overhaul. They made the faces so much better. Oh. What if I put like 2 colors? Like what is that gonna happen? Glow white. Glow white. Oh my god, that looks that's so fucked up. Tiny glow, tiny glow. Tiny glow. Oh my god. Makeup. Bhavana. Rokana. Virama. Yo, drag queen? Alright. This feature is linked to current config. I like a good fanboy smash the next guy, but it should be the option to have some manly man. Oh. Eyebrows. Give me the thickest of the thick. Are you the thickest of the thick? Ooh. Very thick. Oh, mega. Unibrow? Alright. I can change the eyebrow color? Wait. Can I? Wait. Oh my god, that's so... Damn. Alright. Aoi hairstyle? Oh, this one needs money. Hiya. Distinct hairstyle? Isn't this... Is Strider Hiryu? This looks like Strider Hiryu. Highlight? Oh my god, do we have like trans operator? GG. Oh. Oh, wow. I mean, secondary and primary is such a small... Oh my god, I'm dying. No, I'm not dying. But I'm like coughing like crazy. Secondary is so... Oh, wow. Wait, that low-key looks hype though. Purple highlights. Oh, they have who in this music? Oh, that's really cool. The highlight is not going to be very obvious though. Oh my god. Accents? All accents, so it's like tail end of the hair. Oh my god. Marking. Don't I already have a marking here? Inspired voice for the operator. Is that a dragon?
Whatever the answer is, it's not what we're expecting.
Whoa.
When I think of the things I used to be afraid of, I almost feel sorry for them.
A normal kid with a normal life. I barely remember any of it.
So you are a human.
Too old to cry and too young to die.
Whatever the answer is, it's not what we're expecting.
I kinda want this one because dragon. That's a dragon. Look. That's a dragon. I can say anything without spoilers. Yeah, human. It's a bird. Oh, Heron is a bird? Oh.
A normal kid with a normal life. I barely remember any of it.
When I think of the things I used to be afraid of, I almost feel sorry for them. Too old to cry and too young to die.
The default was Raven, no?
Whatever the answer is, it's not what we're expecting.
I kinda still want this one. Another reason being it sounds like a drag queen voice and I like it. Oh my god. I'm okay. Accessories? What? 8块 5块半 5块半 哇老诶妈还要钱 Everything. Oh. Headphones needs money. How do you even see? How do you even see? Hood opened? Why? Clem. Imagine you spend 102 hours. Is it? Nah. Imagine you spend 102 hours and then trying to make the character creation, and then you make this character, and then it's like, I like this. What? What? Lining color. Ooh. This one has to be golden, no? You're golden? The option being there is better than it not? Fair enough. I feel you have it, you feel offended now. Void shell clothes look sick with accessories. You can put accessories while having the hood closed? Like these? Void shell. If you use some of the fancier outfits with fashion, clothes can help stick the fashion. Oh, it's okay. I'm a broke build, but I think this one is okay for now. Waistband. Oh my god, trans operator is real? Athletic leggings. You can be so casual. Oh. Oh, waistband. Well, chat, you know what? This is gonna you know this is gonna happen, right? This is going to happen, chat. It's real. Suit energy. Wait, tertiary is... What did you change? What's tertiary? Hair? It's so bright now. Actually, can I turn down the brightness a little bit? No, it's... Oh, I can. It's not going to be the same, but I think it's a bit too bright. But the white... The white cannot change much unless I choose like slightly darker white. Slightly darker white. Freedom zone default pretty sure for tertiary. Tertiary feels like there's nothing. Yeah, the highlight is on hair. And sigil. Oh, sigil. Do I have the loser sigil? Oh, can I not put the loser sigil here? Oh, that's a glyph. Fuck. Ephemera? Ephemera? Ooh, Kaminari. Ooh. Okuri tail. Ooh. Take it. Oh. My suit's broken. 26 million registered loot. Signa. Oh, I have this. A gift from the Lotus to commemorate the 13th anniversary of the first tenno waking up from cryostasis. Oh, this is a Twitch drop, right? Looks jank. What? Is it not? Well, there's not much I can do now. So... Alright, that's the operator. Oh, given via mail. Somewhere the time you first started. Oh. So much that basically the whole community's response to that slave by Rebecca was damn right we are. See, that's so wholesome, right? I mean, there's no need to get offended. I mean, we are. Right? 26 million registered loser. I mean, I don't deny that. I don't be like, loser? What do you mean loser? Huh? I'll punch you. Like, there's no need to go that. It's just for funsies, right? I think this is it. So do I just back? All right, back.
My child, so beautiful to behold.
Heck yeah.
How do you feel?
I'm confused. I thought I was...
I know. Forgive me. This is who you really are, a tenno. More than human, but once a child like any other. What do you remember?
Wait, I'm not tenno? Wait, this is tenno? What is Kobo? A Kobo is Warframe. Is Warframe not tenno? Oh shit. I always thought I'm a tenno. You guys baited me. I was like, oh baby tenno. I was like, yeah, I'm just starting. I'm using Kobo. I just got Mesa Prime. What do you remember? A fight.
I remember everyone was laughing outside an airlock. This kid had a boy by the throat. I didn't think it was funny at all.
Memories. From your time aboard the Zeramin 10-0, before the void jump accident. It was years before the ship was recovered. It was drifting dead in space. All her crew gone, except the children.
Things happened for a reason. We stuck together. They tried to help us. Who tried to help us? Things happen for a reason. I mean, I always believe this. Things happen for a reason.
I didn't want to live anymore. I felt guilty that I was alive. But we could do things. Extraordinary things.
I feel... Huh?
Maybe there was a reason we survived.
Wait, what?
You were so brave, but the Orokin were afraid of you. The void had changed you, and you couldn't control it. No one could. They were about to destroy the orphans of 10-0, but Margulis, she loved you. She found a way.
Were you Margulis? We know how to keep it clean for a baby tenno? This is one of the big reasons the Warframe community are absolutely fair about no spoiler truth. I can see why. Clem. Oh no, Clem. I think I did, but I don't remember. Because I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. It's almost 8 p.m. They paid for what they did. Who? She was brilliant. Brilliant. I'm gonna become Lei Town Blah and just go brilliant.
In dreams, we could control it. Focus it. So she made the pods. Her favorite flower. She said sometimes something beautiful can grow out of something ugly.
Yalah. Lapar sangat.
The Orokin murdered Margulis, used her work to create transference. Your mind projected into a surrogate strong enough to withstand your power. It felt like waking up, but it was just a lucid second dream.
She said the thing, the second dream. Oh my god. We fought with honor. I fucking love honor. Like, honor is my big thing.
We must have known. I remembered what it was like to be afraid, to be weak. I vowed never to forget that. Never to abuse what I had been given. I had a code.
And so you became Tenno, serving the Orokin, but bound by honor. As the Tenno grew, they founded great schools, the Tenno ways. Do you see yours?
Oh my god, what is this? Zenurik. Alright, I'm gonna read. Zenurik. They believe the clearest path to victory was to dominate the enemy. They sought to choke an opponent of all resources. That sheer strength could erase any resistance. Ooh. This discipline focused on knowing the enemy, and the tacticians of Naramon believe that to truly understand the foe would confer the greatest advantage upon a warrior. The dots are the ones that line up with your answers. I'm Zenurik? I'm not like this. I like honor. What do you mean? I don't believe in clear domination towards an enemy. They push themselves to outlast the enemy, to withstand all aggression without retreat. They believe that if the enemy could not match their endurance, then the battle could be won without without having even commenced. Ooh. Vazarin. They train to counter the enemy and move with an opponent's attack in order to nullify them. They maintain constant awareness in order to defend against all aggression. Ooh, this one is cool. They follow the path of engage the enemy, their swift, uncompromising onslaught, holding nothing back and recklessly attacking their foes, could vanquish an opponent before he had the chance to steal himself. Speed and savagery characterize this school. Oh wait, these are schools. Alright, I forgot. I like this one. I feel like I vibe with this one more. If I want to choose my second choice, could be this one. This is my first choice though. This is focus on knowing the enemy and the technician of Naramon believe that truly understand forward. I don't know this. Me knowing the enemy, I just do my best. I don't study. This Kobo do her best and no studying. I don't like the name Unairu. I like the name Varazin, but I vibe with Unairu the most, I feel like. This one is too cool. I don't think I'm this. This is too cool. This is too savage. So barbaric. So Unairu is the one that I'm gonna go for. Who are you, Kobo? I'm Tira. They push themselves to outlast the enemy, to withstand all aggression without retreat. They believe that if the enemy could not match their endurance, then the battle could be won without having even commenced. Savage more? You know I'm gonna fucking climb into the wall. Alright, Unairu it is.
I see a mountain. Breaking the sky. The way of Yuneru. We pushed ourselves to outlast the enemy, to withstand all aggression without bending.
Yuneru will be your focus. But we have so much more to do. Here in the Orbiter, transference will be even stronger. Command the Warframes. Make whole the shattered world you've been given. Are you ready, Tenno?
Again. No, done. Yo, the golden, no, goddamn, that's so cool. I like the golden. Done.
Yes, Lotus, I am.
Whoa. My turn to look. Where? They're gone. I actually wish to be Unari. Or do you want something else? Unari seems like I vibe with the most, yeah. The war game may have been the absolute worst, but I understood gold was the truth. Remember Goblin choosing it would have made you go back to choose a different focus. Is Unari bad or something?
Operator, your inbox exists in a non-zero state. Would you care to check your mail?
The stalker, he suppressed my systems. I tried to warn you, but could only watch as he attacked. I'm so ecstatic relief you survived. By the way, after the fight, I found this broken sword in the lower chambers. I almost tossed it out the airlock, but I figured you might want it. It has been added to your inventory along with the sigil. With this sigil, the Lotus left for you. I'm glad to have you back. I have broken wool. Ooh. It's not bad. I was only asking if you were certain. I was very certain. Because the rest I don't really vibe with as much. Like pure savagery is not my way to do things, I feel like. Where's me? Where's the newborn? Where's the newborn Doki?
Operator, are you enjoying the view?
Hi. Focus? Daily focus cap. Your focus cap will replenish daily and will allow you to unlock even more towards your tenno way as time progresses. Oh. I don't know what that means. Press 5 on keyboard. I'm pressing 5. It's not 5. C. I'm pressing C. No, unlocked. I'm pressing C. Listen. They can't walk around. I'm just born 10 minutes ago. And I just born. I'm a newborn baby. I just born 10 minutes ago. I cannot walk.
It's that time again, dreamers.
What is this? Or completing missions? Huh? Five more enemies in the air at once. Heavy slam melee attack. 5 or more enemies at once. Oh, this one is like a survival thing. This one shouldn't be difficult. I just need like a proper mission for it.
Ta-ta, lovelies.
Nora is so cool. I need food. Okay, I'm making Ember. I don't have Sarin. Oh yeah, this is Chroma Systems. Chases, I need the chases. I need Sarin system and fucking missions in the void. Oh, I have void unlocked. You're now awake, which is you're officially now a toddler tenno. I'm a baby tenno. I'm a newborn tenno. I'm a newborn. Yay. So I need, whenever I play Warframe, I need to like put a tag when I play Warframe, a tag saying that I'm a newborn. I'm okay. Newborn tenno. Whoa. Oh. Ooh. Baby tenno is normally used for pre-second dream players. Yeah, so I'm a newborn now. But I'm not a baby tenno anymore. Heck yeah. God damn it, Chroma. I will get you someday. So my current thing that I want to do right now is I need to go from Neptune? They're toddler, so you graduate to being a kid. Wow. Seems like call me a law, so I put a lance on her since she's not getting primed that soon. You get more lenses? What's a lens? I can go to Pluto now at least. Oh wait, I need to... Okay, I forgot I need to destroy something. I forgot I need to kill the scepter or something. Alright, I know you just got fucking stabbed in the middle, but I think you'll be fine, okay? Confront Spectre. Excalibur. Whoa, Excalibur? No? Chill. Do a flashbang? Oh shit, Exalted Blade, I'm gonna die. Chat, this is proof that I cannot aim, okay? Why are you stinky? Why are you stinky, huh? No, don't shoot me. Am I winning? Is this how Warframe fights? GG easy. Oh yeah, Excalibur is a blind. What's my hate? Good to know it's not. Hate? Kobe has like this buff, no?
You have new quests in your codex.
The war within. Oh, it's a Dragoon. I already mastered Dragoon though. Well, we're making good progress. Hydra. Oh my god, wait, everything is like 30 plus now? You're gonna get destroyed. Everything is so strong now. We're making good progress. We need to go to Setna. We need to go to Setna and unlock the Sarin blueprint thingy. Yep. I gave Komei the thing, right? Yeah, I gave Komei this focus lens. Channel affinity into focus on max rank weapons and warframes. Focus lens? Should I do it? Focus lens? Okay. Huh? What is this? Oh. Convert 2% of excess affinity into focus.
Do you know which finger the corpus used to count their money? The index.
God damn it, all this. Focus lens successfully installed. Unairu lens. Modify the polarity of a slot. Exodus Warframe adapter. I think I have one. I don't know if it's a good idea. I want to leave this for Chroma. I used one of these because I have one extra. So once I get Chroma, I can immediately use this and also use whatever that I want for Chroma. Because Chroma nice. So what is this? Cunning Drift plus ability range. I'm gonna assume ability range is good for her 1. But I don't really have much to change here. And I like sliding. Now you see the icon on her. The icon of Unairu. Whenever your comment gets more affinity, you now have an orb that appears in missions that can appear. The new orb is your focus orb, of which is how you generate focus. Goes towards your focus cap. Get more lenses for you the moment for Fortuna Cetus bounties. No, not bounties. Fuck. Why does a baby has to be born? Minus friction, so I'm gonna be slidey. This one is kind of funny though. I don't think I have. Exodus mod? Why don't you like to put bounties that are meant for more endgamey stuff? Oh, Cunning Drift. Oh, they're not meant to be anyway here, but here. Oh, the icon. Oh, I have a few Exodus. I didn't even know. Thief's Wheat is Exodus? Oh, I can put Exodus mod here as well. Oh. Okay, I'm actually going to get dinner now. I am so extremely hungry. I'm so hungry. Oh my god. Well, no more spoiler. Boom. There. Okay. I need to open up music and then I need to get dinner because I'm so hungry. Oh my god. Let me open up music real quick. I also need to like find who to raid. In chat, I want to listen to Sonic Rush again. Please don't judge. Don't judge. I want. Oh, this one is good. No, JJ is good. Yeah, JJ Rocket is good. Oh my god, Sonic Rush music. I actually don't know who to raid though. Definitely bring good gear rather than leveling in at least one slot though. Oh, I forgot how cursed the dragon tag is. I could. Sorry. There's a snake that's streaming right now. Purple snake. I could look at other snakes as well. Not a lot of snake streamer. I'm so surprised. And by not a lot, there's only one. I'm actually very surprised. I thought there might be more. I thought there might be more snake streamers out there. Maybe not during this time, I guess. Probably. I'm not too sure. But I never really raided this snake before. But I have been following this snake for a while. A purple snake, obviously. I have to follow purple. And purple is great. But yeah, we're gonna raid Laughing Laz. The purple snake. Okay, before the raid though, let me just plug my things real quick. I have coffee. Coffee nice. Coffee good. Coffee helps. Coffee helps a lot. And I'll let Bernie talk about it. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Wow, thank you, Bernie. Oh yeah, one thing to mention. I'm so sorry. One thing to mention is that. Oh yeah, my coffee has this monthly subscription thing if you fancy helping me a little bit more than just subbing in my channel, right? As I think $1 per month is possible. Yeah, I think that's possible. But yeah, there's the option if you want. And I also have a Discord channel. Discord, I announce my stream stuff over there usually. And there's also Dragon Simping Corner because I love dragons a lot. But generally, anything that's like stream related will be on Discord. I don't think I'm announcing my stream stuff anywhere than in Discord. Yeah. If you're not thinking about something, well, I think I had at least 500 hours in Warframe when Second Dream came out. I mean, you guys said that you've been playing for 18 years or something. I'm not really surprised at this point. I could ask a snake for upbeats, I'm pretty sure. Okay, there. It wasn't on when the game first released, wait for beta, and then they more or less shadow dropped the quest. Ooh. Oh, he's playing GeoGuessr. Should we try GeoGuessr at some point as well? I mean, my geography is shit. You guys can watch me suffer in GeoGuessr. Anyway, let me type in the rate to Laughing Laz. This game that was just shooter grind events suddenly drop wild plot twists, suddenly becomes like a heavy story oriented game. I mean, that's cool. Okay, I typed in the raid. So before the raid though, a Kobo wants to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. I really appreciate all of you. Love y'all so much. Also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And also I'm sorry for like constantly coughing at the stream. Like I couldn't mute myself in time. If I had to mute every time I cough, I'll have to mute the entire stream. But yeah, sorry about that. I hope I can recover as soon as possible. It has been 2 weeks. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And here comes the raid to Laughing Layers. Yeah. Gonna rate a stick. Oh my god. I'm so hungry. Oh my god, I need food so much. I've been going on for 8 hours. I mean, that's normal working time. No, normal working time. Where's my music? My music is gone. Oh, there we go. I thought my music is gone. Yeah, I'm not too sure what I'm gonna do tomorrow, but I think tomorrow I kind of want to maybe do VR chat to go fishing or something. I think I'm not too sure yet. I'm not too sure, but it's just a thought for now. But yeah, I'm gonna go get myself some food. I'm gonna go get myself some rest as well. Right? Kobo loves you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Mwah. Take care, take care. Bye, 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 bye. Love you. Oh, what happened? I cannot press the right now button. Oh, I can. Okay. Oh, is it? Oh, it's counting down already. I thought I wanted to press the right now button, but I cannot. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye.